This is the Mystery Font. Welcome. I'm Tim, and you are welcome here. What is the Mystery Font? What is the Mystery Font? You have just experienced a simulation of hoodwinking. What is the meaning of something getting into our field of perception, attempting to fluster or simply block perception and processing? What typically is the meaning of obfuscation? What typically is the meaning of not complying with authority? When done by someone in authority? The Mystery Font is charting distortions in the field of reality. Every day, you and those around you are in an abusive relationship with Donald Trump. Every day, for many years, for 8 years, we have been under psychological and emotional terroristic siege. It is not normal for someone to tell you when asked, "You'll leave when I want, right?" I'll keep you in suspense. If you want to know when you'll have your space back to yourself, and someone says, I'll keep you in suspense, you may be in grave danger. It's not normal for someone to refer to our neighbors as rapists in shocking boundary violation of norms of decorum and finding accountable and safe ways to allege serious wrongdoing, rather than fomenting a lynch mob brain syndrome of utter abandonment and disintegration of basic executive function and frontal cortex processing. We are the reality distortion fielding, and you are in an abusive relationship. You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? But the falsehood can be in anyone. We can all buckle or don falsehoods as disguise of the truth or disguise of ourselves from the perception that would deliver a truth about us we don't want known. Is there a virtue to falsehood? Is there any possible reason that someone who turned entirely against the lessons of the prophet or prophets they say they follow unflinchingly, is there any way that there might be a thread to pull when someone speaks like they're speaking in fact, but there's no there? Isn't it possible that even a God should be able to deal with doubt? And since we are not dealing with a God, an individual one, but a purveyor and donor of the falsehood, is there not a thread to pull? Is there not at least one tiny thread to pull? A clue is a ball of yarn. A ball of yarn is a clue. A yarn is a story, and a ball of yarn is a clue.
We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the presence of our enemy.
A ball of yarn is called a clue. Was he so bad at his job? Or was he so bad that the job he did was intended to break America, to be digested by him? What disqualifies Donald Trump? Volition or incompetence? The first confidence artist was known to ask
one of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
here at the Mystery Font in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Mystery Font 42, Open to It, is a program. And in fact, it's this program. Really? Yes, really. For me, for real? Yes, for you, for real. This is the Mystery Font. And why not?
The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
So,
The falsehood
to my
knows.
favorite people in the world, the seniors. I'm a senior. I know you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Maybe you don't have to tell them, but I'm a senior. We are making tremendous progress with this horrible disease that was sent over by China. China will pay a big price for what they did to the world and to us. But we have medicines right now, and I call them a cure. I went into the hospital a week ago. I was very sick, and I took this medicine, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I could have walked out the following day, sooner. It was incredible the impact it had. And we're going to make that and others that are similar to it, almost identical, we're going to make them available immediately. We have an emergency use authorization that I want to get signed immediately. The FDA has moved at a level that they've never moved before. Things that would take 2, 3, 4 years are taking a matter of weeks or even sooner than that. And that's because of me. We're taking care of our seniors. You're not vulnerable, but they like to say the vulnerable, but you're the least vulnerable. But for this one thing, you are vulnerable, and so am I. But I want you to get the same care that I got. I got incredible care at Walter Reed, incredible doctors, and this medicine in particular, one medicine was unbelievable. You're going to get the same medicine. You're going to get it free, no charge, and we're going to get it to you soon. And the nice part is it's made by a number of companies. It's totally safe, but it's powerful against this disease. So we're going to get it out to you. We're going to take care of our seniors, all free. And I just want to thank you. And what we've gone through as a country is a horrible thing. My opponent, as you know, he talks, but he never did anything in 47 years. I did more in 47 months than he did in 47 years. He just talks. It's the same old thing. If it were up to him, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have anywhere near it for years. They wouldn't even be talking about anything like this. He had his chance with H1N1 swine flu, and it was one of the great disasters. He didn't know what he was doing, but I do know what I'm doing. And the seniors are going to be taken care of, and then everybody's going to be taken care of, and it's coming out really fast. So thank you very much. We love you. We love America.
Yes, it is the mystery font. What am I on about? Let's get on. This is Fontaine. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against pain. Imagination. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Radio science brain. We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. This old occupation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. We are more near the break. We can ease any ache. Everything we have took, everything we can take.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The falsehood knows. Who has donned the age of the falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Donald Trump and President Joe Biden have both been calling relentlessly for the identity of the pernicious falsehood, sowing ruin through decimation of the field of reality. Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
And having a good relationship with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
You've said you have no investments in Russia, but do you owe any money to Russian individuals and institutions?
No.
None.
The primary thing I did with Russia, I bought a house in Palm Beach at a bankruptcy. It was a bankrupt, person. I bought it from the banks. I bought it for about $40 million. I sold it for $100 million to a Russian. That was probably 5 years ago, and that was primarily it.
You partnered
now,
with
will I
Russians on the
sell?
Soho Grand. the
Will I
Toronto-
sell? Oh, many years ago. I don't think they're Russian. I think there were other people, but there were various partners. Will I sell condos to Russians on occasion? Probably. I mean, I do that. I have a lot of condos. I do that. But I have no relationship to Russia whatsoever.
No debts.
No debts. I have very little debt to anybody. I don't need debt. You know, it's very interesting. I'm so liquid, I don't need debt. And if I need debt, if I want debt, I can get it from banks in New York City very easily.
You know where I'm going to take this next. Americans could be assured on that if they saw your tax returns.
My tax returns are very simple. They're under a minor audit, routine audit, as they have been for many years. Every year I get audited. Now, I don't know if you get audited, but I have friends
I've
that are
been
very
audited.
wealthy that never have been audited. I say, do you get audited? I get audited every year. I'm under a routine audit, like routine. And I have been for years, every year.
But there are
If it's
several years that
finished,
are no longer
George,
under
here's
that
very
audit.
simple. Yeah, but they're all linked. It's called the link. It's very simple. if my audit's finished, that's great. Now, I have to tell you, I watched Mitt Romney 4 years ago. He waited till September to give him, just before the election. They made him look so bad. It was so unfair. I actually think he didn't lose because of the 47%. I think he lost because of a couple of really minor items in a tax return where he did nothing wrong. So it is unfair. But I will say, when I'm finished with the audit, I'll do it.
Richard Nixon released his, even though his were under audit.
Don't use Richard Nixon as necessarily the guide, okay? I mean, you know, it's an interesting person to use, but don't use it.
What is this place? What is this place? But really, what is this place? Where we are is the imagination of democracy. This room, like every place, this building, like every building, this houses part of the imagination of democracy. And somehow here in this space, there is a point of nexus. There is liaison. This is the imagination of democracy. I do not know exactly how I came to be host of this space. And admittedly, it's odd. Why am I a white man here? I mean, I suppose the odds in the remnants we call a nation of what has been a violent occupation and a party on top of that devastation on this stolen land, it would make sense or be common for it to be a white man who had a chance here. And I was able to enter and save my artwork and myself and be safe. And inside this room, inside this font of mystery, with its chambers and portals, I found sustaining bath of encouragement for my intuition and the emancipation of trusting one's intuition and discovering self remembered. This is like the sabbatical, like the support, like the knowledge that is accessible to everyone. And I am grateful for the tranquility and healing space here that allows me, and as at the Mystery Font, and it is to be shared. I have become a new archivist as I record poets and storytellers and dancers and performance makers, artists and thinkers and minds of all kinds here at the Mystery Font. That in one of the small rooms or portal spaces or the main panoptic chamber or the outdoor space, or working in relationship with the area, including something that spans the in and out of doors, or potentially sharing your work virtually. You have an open invitation to potentially bring your work and your ideas here. The Mystery Font 42, Open to It, is not an institute, it is an intitute. It is an intuit. It is the reality distortion field of Mystery Font 42. What is this place? It is the imagination of democracy. Falsehood is within all of us. We can all buckle to or create some sort of foothold that may be deeply dangerous with falsehood. This is the imagination of democracy. Live from the imagination of democracy, I am Tim Cameron, the host of Mystery Font 42. Ope into it. Somewhere between volition and incompetence. It is Mystery Font.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field it looked like 1 million, 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
This was the largest ever
It's unacceptable that we have a fabric so decimated that we don't see the harm we're doing to ourselves and to one another. I've just realized and turned on for the stream and recording to the stream video feed. Just realized and turned on the mic. However, I believe the mic system itself is recording to a drive. So I will probably reunite some of the audio that I think was not audible to current audience or an audience of this unedited stream. In any case, moving on. We are continually degraded over the last 8 years in this abusive relationship with Donald Trump, such that now we are dealing with a situation that brings us to our first installment of Mystery Font News. Hello, I'm Tim Cameron, and welcome to Mystery Font News. This is the Mystery Font 42 in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
here at the Mystery Font in Mystery Font, Minnesota, deep in the heart of Mystery Fontington, we are at the Mystery Font. And you are welcome. You are welcome here. Good day. From time to time, the Mystery Font will present not simply items that are based on the news, but items of news and analysis. And this is a Mystery Font news bulletin. Please take a moment to arrange your surroundings. Please take a moment to assure that you are safe, to calmly listen. We are dealing with a confidence artist. The first person labeled a confidence artist was known for a phrase. One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
When a politician, a candidate, when a candidate asks for the watch, well, isn't that what running for office is? Asking not merely for a timepiece and piece of technology like a schedule, or even a vehicle by which we mark and know our life. To give that to someone in need, it's an important thing to be able to do. And so it's also meaningful for us to know that the need is real, because we have real need as well. How do we apprehend the falsehood purveying need that is false need? And when a political candidate asks for the watch, are they not asking for the general watch, the general lookout role? That to preside is to sit before, to preside over, to be in charge of, to be the president. To preside is to be in charge. And this requires executive function. We are in an abusive relationship. You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
He didn't mean to cause
This is the Mystery Font, and it's time for a special selection. Welcome to the Mystery Font in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Welcome to the Mystery Font. This is rather bright, isn't it? Well, for our low light photography, it's a bit of a switch. Let's go here. There we are. You see, there's a thing happening. Every word and act of the failed former president, Donald Trump, can be boiled down to one basic idea: that everything he is saying tells us Donald Trump is supreme to the United States, is an alternative to the United States, and has absolute authority to do whatever he wants. That if something is terrible and wrong, it is not if he does it. That there is no abuse that he can leverage that will not be just because he is the chosen one. He is doing harm and telling us that he has absolute authority. At this moment, it is being said that because of terroristic and dangerous stochastic statements by the former president and now under gag orders, and that the former president of the United States, individual one, Donald Trump, has published the address of someone prosecuting him, lawfully and diligently prosecuting him. So the abusive relationship that has been cultivated by Donald Trump with Americans, and indeed with the planet, has reached a point, because if anyone else would be in jail for threatening a legitimate prosecutor with bodily harm and stochastic terror that threatens their life, if anyone else would be in jail for doing what Donald Trump has done in this case, and against specific instruction to refrain from such terroristic and aggressively violent language, that if Donald Trump is not apprehended and locked down from the ability to communicate in ways that he has shown unwilling or unable to control, that he represents a clear and present danger, not just to the successful prosecution of that case and of multiple cases facing the failed former president. But this is the point. If Donald Trump somehow is not in jail when anyone else would be for his crimes, for what he is accused of, and now for what he has done, if targeting with terrorism a prosecutor who is empowered by the United States is not a line that we need to pay attention to, if we are hearing people who know what they're talking about saying that anybody else would be in jail, and we don't arrest Donald Trump and stop this behavior now today, then we are agreeing with Donald Trump that he has absolute authority to be able to do and say whatever he wants. That is dangerous. No one has absolute authority. And if we are so afraid, if we are submissive to a dangerous man who threatened predatorily in a previous run that he would keep us in suspense when asked if he would follow the rules, and was let in to run anyway, and then did break the rules and throw down and break the watch he begged to hold and steward, that he threw down his oath and threw down and broke the watch on January 6th. And after a mild non-apology, started fairly quickly to say that there was no insurrection and that he had done nothing wrong. And now wants to come back. Is there anyone on earth who would hire the chef who joked about pooping in the soup and got hired anyway, and then pooped in the soup? he said the soup actually tasted great, and I wasn't fired under a poop soup controversy at all. And if I did, it was supposed to happen, and they deserved it, and they liked it. He's coming back with something strange dripping from his mouth, telling us he's going to make an honest soup for us. And my question now is the deference being given to him deference to a role that he has stewarded successfully? Or is his role now not current insurrectionist and accused traitor? The news is Donald Trump has been telling us in every way possible that he has absolute authority and will do whatever he wants because he is above everyone, including the United States. And having broken conventions of decency and threatened human lives and threatened the very tent poles of democracy, he now has threatened the life of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He has threatened people that are prosecuting him diligently and well and legally. So here's the thing, America. If anyone else would be under arrest today for what he has done, and he's saying that he gets to grab our private parts and declassify them so that they were never stolen by anyone, if he's telling us that he gets to threaten our lives and target election workers' lives and target your lives, if he's telling us, pointing his finger into a camera that he knows we're all going to look at, and saying, I could shoot you in the street and not lose you, we have to know that we are dealing with a dark triad predator. The news is America is being challenged to completely submit to Donald Trump. Submission looks like someone telling us that they get to take things from us, from our private, vulnerable parts, our body, and they've done nothing wrong. That they were right to do it because, as Donald Trump says, I have absolute authority. Well, he has broken the law and threatened people doing their jobs. And anyone else would be in detention, under arrest right now. So the news from the Mystery Font 42 in Minneapolis, Minnesota is this. We are now in the act of submitting to Donald Trump because he is standing with his arm in the air saying, I have absolute authority. And if we don't put him in jail for staging a stochastic terroristic campaign of attack that will start more violence, then we have submitted to him by agreeing that he has absolute authority. And we need to understand now that an election is too late to say no to Donald Trump. The news from the Mystery Font is this. We are in danger. We have fascism. If someone can treat Americans like no one should ever treat Americans and we don't respond, it shows that we are truly broken. We need to believe in ourselves and say to this predator, no! No, because no one talks to Americans like that. No one. No one talks to Americans like that. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are human beings with science sentience. We are not idiots. And someone doing abominable things that people go to jail for need to go to jail and be held responsible, or we are sanctioning their crimes. The time has come to recognize that while the Nazis were just following orders, in America, we're just trying to keep our jobs. Because in America, our terroristic capitalism upon human need and vulnerability makes us just try to do a good job to keep our job, we are actually not encouraged to better the system a lot of the time, or we are disincentivized and terrorized from improving and protecting and stewarding the systems and resources and well-being of our communities and our nation and our planet. Donald Trump is typically saying two things. He's saying, in some sense, I'm doing a good job because he's going to get through that meeting. And if the sound is down, he'll be in the room looking confident, and he'll be there at the end looking confident. And so with the sound down, it looks like he's in the room and believing he's in charge. And the danger is that it's not just in court that we need to hold him responsible, because he is stoking stochastic terrorism. He has already called for violence, and it's already happened. People have already risen in evil. People like murderer Kyle Rittenhouse, who jukeboxed people defending human rights and created a deadly self-defense situation that was not his to be the beneficiary of, are bringing something that I would term lynch mob brain syndrome. I think Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene are potentially the most potent, or among the most potent, purveyors of lynch mob brain syndrome. But through replacing evidence with white suspicion and vaunting that with constant screams of things like every day is 1776 and no facts or incomplete facts and complete lies, with malice, with actual malice and bloodthirst, we are seeing some of the worst people alive in society today taking office, such as neo-Nazi and Ku Klux Klan friend Ron DeSantis, literally sowing deadly terrorism against African Americans, indigenous people, people of Latinx and Hispanic origin, against the trans community, and along with Sarah Huckabee Sanders and others, being leading progenitors of a transgenocide. We are the reality distortion fielding. And it is not safe to take those pills into your drink that were just dropped in. Dr. Huxtable is not just going to let you sleep it off. We are under attack by people working to finish a coup that is still underway. Because if Trump stoked fear and false grievance with a massive Trojan hoax, and then for 2 months created a Groundhog's Day of I have the evidence and I'm not sending it, and such that he would foster and foment terroristic violence and an illegal plan to supply false, fake electors to break the American democracy and throw down the watch that he, with his oath of office, smeared with blood and shit on that day. This is what we're looking at. We need to stop being in the cult space of deference to someone who has taken celebrity and presidency and said, defer to these, and fluxed it back and forth between presidency and celebrity and self and this myth of chosenhood. It is incredibly dangerous for anyone in a democracy to give entire confidence to a leader. When we, with people that we do not trust, make an agreement, such as a nuclear arms deal, there's a saying: trust, but verify. And this is the time that we verify we have the ability to say no to Donald Trump and limit his danger and volatility that he cannot or will not control to a small area of protest that will not harm anyone else's life. Now is the time when we trust and verify that we are safe by recognizing that we are sanctioning the false idea that Donald Trump has absolute authority and power already if we do not put him in jail for launching an attack against a prosecutor. He has already crossed lines like this, but he has been warned and specifically limited in these ways that anyone would have to obey. These are basic tenets of human decency. And if we do not arrest him, we are submitting to him now. We must not give submission to a narcissistic, dark triad predator. We know that he is a sexual predator. We know that he targeted with his own malice and the full power of the presidency of the United States, that Donald Trump targeted human beings doing the work of American democracy. There is no excuse and no coming back for Donald Trump from threatening and stalking and terrorizing the lives of Ruby Freeman and Shaye Moss. What they have had to endure and still endure is an abomination. And if we had any self-respect at all, we would have ejected him from any possibility of running for office already. Because that stalking, terrorizing, racist, criminal campaign against those honest, hardworking, honorable election workers for the United States of America, that was an insurrection against 2 American citizens. And there is no way that's acceptable. I give you good reasons why he should be in jail now. If the point is that we're afraid of what he'll do, then what we're listening to is our voice saying, no, we can't say no to you. And that's the voice of a broken, submitted self. That's the voice inside of a body that has given up. But just because he grabbed our private parts and told us they weren't ours anymore, just because we have been degraded to be a victim and have submitted in myriad ways, doesn't mean that we can't wake up. Just because Dr. Huxtable is telling us it's not cool to be woke, just because Elon Musk is telling us that human kindness, that wokeness is a mind virus, doesn't mean that we have to buckle and give up hope. We are the reality distortion fielding. The news is that we are in danger and that we can make a significant step forward to creating safe boundaries for the future of humanity and our habitat by apprehending the falsehood donor known as Donald Trump for numerous crimes, but specifically for after having been warned to abate his terroristic threats, to move forward with further threats. He has crossed a line that would put anyone in jail and should. So if he's anyone and not the over one, he needs to be in jail now. That's the news. Either America, we agree that Donald Trump gets to do whatever he wants and do whatever he wants to do any of us, whenever. That we agree that he has absolute authority and we submit to him. Or we say, no! No one talks to the United States of America like that, and no one talks to Americans like that. You don't talk that way to election workers. You don't talk that way to an officer who pulls you over. You don't talk that way to someone who says you are being charged with a crime. You comply. You have been pulled over, Donald Trump, for using the power of your office and your platform to assault, menace, and attempt murder in broad daylight, period. He needs to be under arrest for the crimes we see committed that anyone gets put into jail for. So what is it? Because the question is here. The news is the question. Have we submitted to Donald Trump and that's the end of it? What say you? Or are we going to pick our self-respect up out from under the mat, stained with rotten filth, are we going to pick up our self-respect and say, no one talks to us like that. No one targets our courts and our nation like that. No one degrades our expectations of fact and truth and honor like that. No one degrades Americans like that, and no one degrades America like that. Isn't it time that that's what we find our voice to say? Or that we find our voice at all, anyway? We are in an abusive relationship with someone cultivating MAGA, re-trader greed. And America, the new Colossus, will be woke. Being awake is how we know we're not being compromised. We don't need to be awake 24 hours a day, but being woke means we're able to take care of one another. It means we're able to communicate about our own needs so that if we need help, we can say something. It means that if I couldn't breathe, that someone wouldn't be on my neck telling me I don't need to hear whether or not you can breathe. It means we treat human beings as human beings. We are being forced, coerced to believe demonstrable falsehoods. We are being coerced to accept the idea that we cannot say no. We are being coerced to accept a candidate who is not a legitimate candidate because he already sowed insurrection. And by holding the weapon of the insurrection, the big lie that he still says is real and that he has evidence for, holding that up, knowing that's where he was able to gin violence, holding that up and saying he's coming back, that he did nothing wrong and that he's coming back. The end of that song is that it's an attack. You don't poop in the soup and get fired for it and come back saying I did nothing wrong. He pooped in your family's soup. He will do worse. He has already promised to. It won't just be poop. George W. Bush, who did a good deal of terrorizing himself, never went to the full dark triad predator level that Donald Trump has got to. But he was famous for saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on I never get fooled. He messed it up. But it was a multiple part issue. And that cultivated the idea that there are mulligans for atrocities. And the thing is, no. As a message to MAGA trader greed, as a message to Marjorie Taylor Greene, to Carrie Lake, to Alex Jones, to Ron DeSantis, to Elon Musk. No. No. No one talks that way to us. No. Your terrorism is visible, and the answer is no. Donald, you pooped in the soup, and now you just pooped on the front stoop of someone prosecuting you. That's an oops. And the rhyme, the truism we need to get to here is this. If you poop in the soup once, there's no part two for another number two, because we saw how you do. So the truism goes like this. If you cheat America once, shame on you, and there's no part two. A country with any self-respect wouldn't have let him run when he told us he would keep us in suspense about leaving when we asked. We would have said, pull the trap door. Thank you very much. Good night. But now we've seen how he does. He told us he would keep us in suspense, and then he suspended us and tried to crush that oath and that watch into a scepter. And he's still holding that mangled watch, that mangled scepter that he crushed from an oath that he swore. He's still holding that weapon. Holding the weapon of insurrection, holding the weapon of the big lie, saying it's true and saying he did nothing wrong in causing violent and clerical insurrection, proves he's coming back for an attack. So the news from the mystery font, the analysis today, is that we cannot wait for an election to say no to an attack. He has told us and shown us what he will do in 24 already once before. And he's already promised to make it hurt more. We need to gather the memory that we are in charge. We are the presidents because we choose a president to hold the watch. Think about what the first person called con artist was known for cultivating a cult of personality and of being savvy, the savvy New Yorker who went up to people and said, hey, you know, say, oh, I love your collar too. Oh, and those great shoes. You know, my watch is broken. You'd give me your watch, obviously. I mean, I would give you mine. I have such confidence in you. I know you're a sharp one. I can see I would. So you, of course, you wouldn't mind parting with your watch. You would give me the watch, wouldn't you? And isn't this what a politician says? That they will give us the watch back if we give it to them? Will you have the confidence in me to give me the watch? I'll stand on the wall. I'll be in charge of the people who stand on the wall and tell me if there's a storm coming. Tell me if there's something wrong. Tell me if there's a contagion. They'll tell me, and I'll know what to do. I'll know how to tell you. Maybe the person who failed to tell us that COVID would kill us until it had started murdering us by the thousands, when he was told in time to stop it from ever coming here, had a different priority than America First. Maybe, as we know, he leverages things for himself. And maybe we know that someone with any cloud of suspicion over themselves should never have even asked us if they might run again, and he didn't ask. The man who smeared blood and shit in the nation's capital and attacked our family after being ejected, told us he did nothing wrong, and now is knocking on the door saying he's going to make an honest member of the family of us, we get to say no and file a restraining order. So the news in conclusion is this: we are in danger unless we recognize that we have not only the capacity to say no and hold our boundaries, but that it's not going to be hell out there without this abuser who won't leave. It's going to be better. And we deserve to be able to say no and to hold and protect our own consent. We deserve to have an actual democracy here. The news is Donald Trump has just challenged America to hold him accountable for a crime for which people should be placed under arrest. And having challenged us again and again and literally grabbed our nation's private parts after threatening to do it and telling us he already declassified them with his mind and that he was right to do it and that he wasn't wrong and that they should be given back to him because he has absolute authority, has just challenged us to a fight. And by sowing stochastic terror against the prosecutor, there are more little murderers like Kyle Rittenhouse who will jump out and do malice and menace and murder because of falsehoods. The fog of permuting, perverting falsehood, spewed chiefly by Donald Trump, endangers us all. And now we have a clear responsibility, more than just an opportunity in this crisis. We have a responsibility to secure the nation's very worth, self-respect, and safety. He has told us he has absolute authority, and he just tried to physically tell us it is so. He is trying to motion with his arm such that it turns into a person who does damage for him. And the news is we need to say no now, and we need to say no as a population of people. Whether we are writing letters or sending videos or gathering peacefully, we need to say no to Donald Trump and his band of neo-Nazi thugs and grifters now. It is an existential threat to democracy that we face. The falsehood shows up in every party. And we have a lot to hold Biden accountable for. We have a lot to hold more honorable politicians to account for. We have an ocean, more than one ocean, to save from collapse. And moving fascists trying to start lynch mobs out of the public square and into either healthcare or detention for their crimes is the step that we're at now. This is what I offer from the Mystery Font, 42, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's time to say no to the falsehood. Thank you. And now over to a small moment back, a look back to the first Independence Day here at the Mystery Font.
battleship parked in the river, reenacting open doors in open fire. There are mushroom clouds and machine gun copters descending. Snap, crackle, pop, fizzle of the fireworks as they pass into just met, you haven't kissed me yet. I'm with somebody else, only better. And I made a wife so easy to impress. And I'm melting too fast, dripping into your lips because all my heroes have turned human as you, slinking round pool tables, sinking into unfabled stupors, and the whispering into the night air, or into some girl's hair. I am number one. Independence Day of freedom is one. We choose our way when we go what's to come, but with each time we break, sacrifice. How many lives will it take? How many lives left just battleship up in the Charles River. Fireworks that light up the sky and then fall into the water. My love's next to me, head full of the next century, wondering if there will be a wedding tomorrow, and the secret smoke signals. Aftermath of gunpowder seem the most significant indication of what's to come. Independence Day, our freedom is won. We choose our way and we go what's to come.
loves will it take? How many loves must just
Mystery font 42. Interestingly enough, Mia Todd continues to be a vibrant, prolific artist, to my knowledge. It's quite a cocktail, I guess, that last presentation, but it's an amazing song, and hearing it try to exist amidst all of the ordnance seemed appropriate to share at some point. Confidence. We were just talking a bit ago about confidence, about someone asking and taking false confidence.
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
just hold on to each other's hands. This time might be the last I feel, unless I make this all too clear. I need you so. Take these broken wings, learn to fly again, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Maybe think tonight we can take what was wrong, make it Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. I need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, learn to live so free. When we hear the voices sing, book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, book of love will open up and let us in. Show us where to begin. Let us Let us Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, live and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings, we've got to learn to fly and love so free. We hear the voices sing. The book of love will open up. Let us in. Show us where to begin. The book of love will open up. Let us
I love you. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful that you exist and that you are who you are. That you dare to be you.
We are at the Mystery Font, and in the face of shocking boundary violations, degradation can happen to a mind. We are, all of us, in an abusive relationship with the falsehood. You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Yes. Who is the falsehood? Well, I'll be. Do you see? He's there again. He's in there again. Can't believe he comes back. Why would he come back? What are you doing here again? Why are you here? Very strange. Doesn't want to take a hint. I don't know why you can't take a hint, but gosh, it's tough to get this guy to take a hint. You can see him, can't you? I know I'm not losing. I know I'm not losing it. He's back there, I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm not seeing things. I need a better light. I think I'm right. Oh yeah, that's him. Oh, that's him. That's him, all right. Ha. I know at midnight. Maybe the levels aren't right. Oh no, there. There. You can see. You can see. It's coming through. You see? What? What is he doing there? Why? Why are you here? I can't tell. I can't tell if he can hear. But I feel like he's here. I think it's the falsehood. Maybe he's keeping an eye on Lincoln, or vice versa. Maybe this place is a deeper nexus of liaison that I understand. I don't know. I don't know. What if everyone is here? What if this sensation that I'm having of some super empathy, this flood of understanding, this space, what if I had this vision that I shared of singing Broken Wings here. That old song by Mr. Mister. And it felt like it belonged here. It felt like that was meant to be here, or to come through here. The myth, the myth, the myth, the myth, the myth. There is a myth. That's what's slapping around on the walls in the room right now. There's something, the myth, the myth. Scarcity myth. Scarcity myth. Scarcity myth. The falsehood is one purveyor. There are many abusive arcs of deceit. Leveraging the possibility and existence of scarcity, leveraging and through targeting and hoarding, endangering millions, billions of people. The loss of executive function that happens when we allow trigger space to compromise our frontal cortex, when we are in fight or flight or freeze or feign or fawn or free. It almost doesn't matter if we're liaised to the imagination of democracy if we have no executive function, because that's what's happening there. See, we have we have access to unadulterated genius. We have access to virtually anything. We are scient, unique minds. And it is a disservice to emaciate our resources for education the way we are, because the same way that we have been terrorizing people in poverty with the idea that they wouldn't know what to do with money, we so terrorize students now with the idea that they wouldn't know what to do with space that prioritizes their safety and learning rather than their confinement and detention. We are standing in front of fertile fields saying we don't think the crops would know what to do with the water. It's not worth watering this field. And there is no greater abomination that we perform than this calamity upon children. We are indoctrinating children into be prisoners now. We are telling children who are people of color that their comfort doesn't matter. We are instituting terrorism against children at a young age through aggressive terroristic actions like those by Ron DeSantis and Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Greg Abbott. We are the reality distortion fielding, and we can sense, we can analyze, we can use critical thinking, and we can steward our self-worth by daring to cogently question authority and even question our heroes, because the facts matter, and we must, if we are going to trust, verify. We are the reality distortion fielding, and it is our responsibility to steward this gift of democracy with care. We have the ability to nurture this experiment. It's in us. We have the ability to foster really the first proper everyone's on the same page go at the American dream here. We have always been a band of voices in illumination. And all of the things that we've said about ourselves that we want to believe are true positive things are just waiting for us to embrace together. And the point is that that might sound Pollyanna if you don't remember that the light can turn on, that this moment of terroristic fascism that we see around us, in fact, this fielding form of the sentient mind's genius and belief in good and fostering safe personhood on planet Earth, this priority and this sense of the commons, of preserving and stewarding the commons, the sense of stewarding human kindness, that this possibility is right here. We literally just have to take the simple steps that we know can be taken, meaning that we need to say no and establish boundaries with known predators. We need to find and empower people who have the capacity to do that. Because as was mentioned in the earlier news segment, the Nazis claimed they were just following orders. But in America, it does seem to be the case that we are just concerned with keeping our jobs. A lot of us, or our living. That scraped and crushed and winced into spaces between rocks and harder places, our vulnerability and humanity, our human frailty is what is capitalized upon. Our need is capitalized upon. And we struggle to flow as humanity because we are constantly running from an attack that no one deserves and that we don't have to institute or sanction. We can capitalize upon human want, and we would have less mess to clean up and less trauma to be shackles upon our imagination and our futures if we just didn't attack children in the birthing environment to institute violence, if we just didn't aggressively rip human rights from women and children, if we didn't establish residential schools, if we didn't do further colonizing acts, if instead we in America took care of processing our American apartheid, we could level up together. We are being crushed by those begging us and screaming at us that we should demand less of ourselves, that we should expect less. We are being told by people who do not care about kindness that kindness is a mind virus. We're being degraded to believe that we cannot expect kindness and that suckers love, that suckers foster unity, that suckers don't cheat. You deserve a better world than people being dogs in a world where dogs eat dogs. We literally have to make it happen, though. This is not a movie. This is not a movie. And it might be that you are not just a worthy part of this endeavor, of our human experiment and the American experiment. It might be that you and your sentient genius is essential and vital to national security on all levels. That you caring for yourself and knowing how to self-regulate and care for your well-being and how to ask for help when you need it, as well as to accept it, as well as to foster it for others. We want to have these capacities for ourselves and others. And these are the kinds of things we should be working on. If we're worried about mental health care and the effects that mental illness can have on the safety of our communities, then we do need to be addressing issues of intersectionality and diversity and care, because mental health is a collective issue. We are the reality distortion fielding. And it's not Pollyanna to say that scarcity is a myth, because if we are not subdued by fear, we remember that we have access to unadulterated, transcendent genius. One such demonstration of human capacity for improvisation and fostering and minting meaning is radio science brain. This is Radio Science Brain. I'm Tim at the Mystery Font, and Radio Science Brain is different every time. It is an emancipating exercise of postulating and freestyling through a field of ideas about human potential, about morphic resonance and a collective mind liaison. It is a chronicle of possibility and of things like the falsehood that threaten human potential, possibility, and love. Radio Science Brain is different every time, and it means you no harm. It is a game, and it is a song. It is a song poem, and it is an anti-wrong serum. It is an incantation. We're going to find the appropriate Radio Science Brain backing track component. First, a message.
We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against pain. Imagination. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Radio Science Brain. We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. This whole occupation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate. We are more near the break. We can ease any ache. Everything we have took, everything we can take. Six the feet of separation. Six the fear of separation.
A piece of yarn, a strand of yarn, a yarn. A yarn is a story. A ball of yarn is called a clue. Is the falsehood in you? Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The falsehood knows.
We are the reality distortion fielded. We are the reality distortion fielded. We are the reality distortion fielded. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the presence of our enemy. To cry fake news, then preempt remedy. The forces soak down intuition knows names. We are the reality distortion fieldings.
So, to my favorite people in the world, the seniors. I'm a senior. I know you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Maybe you don't have to tell them, but I'm a senior. We are making tremendous progress with this horrible disease that was sent over by China. China will pay a big price for what they did to the world and to us. But we have medicines right now, and I call them a cure. I went into the hospital a week ago. I was very sick, and I took this medicine, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I could have walked out the following day, sooner. It was incredible the impact it had. And we're going to make that and others that are similar to it, almost identical, we're going to make them available immediately. We have an emergency use authorization that I want to get signed immediately. The FDA has moved at a level that they've never moved before. Things that would take 2, 3, 4 years are taking a matter of weeks or even sooner than that. And that's because of me. We're taking care of our seniors. You're not vulnerable, but they like to say the vulnerable, but you're the least vulnerable. But for this one thing, you are vulnerable, and so am I. But I want you to get the same care that I got. I got incredible care at Walter Reed, incredible doctors, and this medicine in particular, one medicine was unbelievable. You're going to get the same medicine. You're going to get it free, no charge, and we're going to get it to you soon. And the nice part is it's made by a number of companies. It's totally safe, but it's powerful against this disease. So we're going to get it out to you. We're going to take care of our seniors, all free. And I just want to thank you. And what we've gone through as a country is a horrible thing. My opponent, as you know, he talks, but he never did anything in 47 years. I did more in 47 months than he did in 47 years. He just talks. It's the same old thing. If it were up to him, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have anywhere near it for years. They wouldn't even be talking about anything like this. He had his chance with H1N1 swine flu, and it was one of the great disasters. He didn't know what he was doing. But I do know what I'm doing. And the seniors are going to be taken care of, and then everybody's going to be taken care of. And it's coming out really fast. So thank you very much. We love you. We love America.
I was singing, wasn't I? Yes, I was singing out loud. I'm just noting that I was aware. And to give you somewhere to stand psychologically help-wise as well as to stare at these stripes or stairs. And they go to wheres. Who dares? Radio, science, brain. This is the renovation of love's imagination. Be known as the nature your creature makes. By the stride and the breaks, imagination ace, imagination ace. You are the renovation of love's imagination. Come on. You are the sun, the closest star to everyone in the solar system. You are the renovation. Come, imagination may begin to play, remain always the ever-agent, changing agent. See, remain, hold the reins. Critical thinking now, radio science brain. Contain your arrays, liaison, make play. Remain,
Radio science brain, radio science brain. Contain this array imagination. Ace might make, this might ace, this might nature be player, be nature. You are able creature, you contain. Radio science brain, you are the radiation, you are the radiation of love's imagination. Be named your own sane. Radio science brain, contain the container from pain, the relay, synaptically liaise. This a candidate, palatable relationship to the main line of imagination. Contain perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Radio science brain, command your domain. Bicamerally loaded atop your frame. Radio science brain liaised. The mind may hold sway, imagination play. We are the renovation of love's imagination today. The patternicity engine in your mind plays and writes reality and holds sway. To see if there's something you see, we say something always. We are the generation of love's safe space in this frustration. We have fascism and it must be delayed, put back and put away for good. We have cancer and its shoulds that are needed now for good. Some shoulds are good, you should tolerate everything, but intolerance, as long as we are all safe together. Intolerance is the cancer, there's an answer. Intolerance is the anti-dancer. We have a campaign in love's name. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Radio science brain, liaise this campaign. Program in this codec to all mainframes. Pretend that love is sane today. Pretend that love won't erase any brain annihilation is yours. Joy just may hold your blade of blame. It may be carbon you can otherwise arrange. Don't be a weapon, be a weather vane for happening heavens that might be secular or just beckon. Maybe anything is possible, and our mind's imagination mentions perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, might liaise in some way, new ways, imagination plays. Pretend that love is sane today and always. Pretend that came can come. Pretend that come just came today.
What is going to happen if no one has the emotional fortitude to say no to someone who enjoys terroristic malice and has us over a barrel? It happened once before. And while we may be, many of us, already given up to submitting to Donald Trump, we have a chance right now to recognize that he does not have us over a barrel. The 14th Amendment protects us if we protect the 14th Amendment. And beyond that, it is action. It is action to speak and to demand that we get to say no. Because someone who tried to get a job at the corner restaurant and made a weird joke about pooping in the soup flew through the interview group, and we didn't really think too much about it, and maybe a renegade like that with a weird sense of humor who tells it like it is or something is just what we need to shake up this restaurant on the corner. But it turns out he had suspended us. He had kept us in suspense. In fact, he had suspended some poop in the soup. And it wasn't too long after someone was in suspense about whether or not there was poop in the soup that we found poop in the soup. And so we let that cook go. And as any corner restaurant would do, as any restaurant would do, people are in shock and some people are sick. In fact, some people died. But what's weird is that the cook showed up in a new round of resumes. And the cook, interestingly enough, seems to think they're going to come back and cook here again. And they strangely are posting online that they didn't do anything wrong, that they have nothing to apologize for. They've never done anything wrong, and all of their cuisine is chef's kiss. And they're either coming back to the restaurant or they're just doing a personal chef for everybody service called Chef's Kiss. I seal every meal with a kiss. And we're concerned because we don't really want to subscribe to this personal chefs for everybody service. And we definitely don't want the predator who made a joke about pooping in our soup and then pooped in our soup and killed somebody with that poop in the soup. We don't really want that person to be associated with us ever again. And what's more, just the continuing conversation of that person talking about how they didn't do anything wrong to our family's home and restaurant. How if they pooped in the soup, that people deserved it. And I keep getting messages about how they're showing up for an interview tomorrow for head chef. And does this sound familiar to you at all? And do you realize that submission has happened when you realize you don't get to tell someone, no, we're not hiring you because you make jokes about pooping in soup, but more so because you do. You did number 2. There's no part 2. Not for you, Chef Donald Trump. You pooped in the soup. I'm waiting for you to leave, Donald. You pooped in the soup, Donald. We're not hiring soup poopers. We're not hiring. The answer is no, Donald. No. Bad man. Bad chef. Bad businessman. Bad cheerleader. Bad human being. Bad steward of any profession. Bad job. Bad president. Bad president, Donald. Bad, corrupt president, Donald. Bad soup chef, Donald. Bad soup chef, Donald. Bad Donald. Bad Donald. Bad Donald. Bad Donald. No. No. You pooped in our soup, and there is no part 2. Goodbye. You are your weakest link. I mean, that's how I would think. That's how I would think it makes sense to deal with a really aggressive, narcissistic, triad, dark triad predator, such as someone who would sow bloody and clerical insurrection and then say nothing was done wrong. I don't mean to do this abrasively, but we are all in an abusive relationship. It doesn't matter whether you enjoy the roller coaster ride we've been on for 8 years of a collective trauma and collective induced abusive relationship. But the signs are all around us. Here in the imagination of democracy, at the mystery font 42, it is apparent that in every portal to every chamber, we are clogged. The falsehood has sway. And when someone is being held accountable for pooping in the soup, my love, when someone is being held accountable for pooping in our soup, maybe we've internalized the poop a little too much if we're standing up for their ability to threaten the people, holding them accountable for what they put into us. Maybe it's just good to say no poop in the soup. And that means even the great chosen chef, or self-chosen, in a cult built on death. Let's look at the Ku Klux Club, from which America First and Make America Great Again came from. From whence did it come? It came from the Ku Klux Klan. And that is still the particle of malice, anti-human, anti-Christ greed that is holding the falsehood by the private parts. Holding humanity by the private parts, it says, were already declassified. The mystery font is here to advise Planned Parenthood and the forces of doom known as the Ku Klux Klan that you are leaving. Your cancer is leaving the hosts you have taken. There is no human who wants the malice of hate and disaster, except for someone who should be considered a deeply vulnerable and sick person. It's not about whether or not anyone likes Donald Trump. He has shown that he is unable to control himself. He has vaunted at every turn shocking violations of the conventions, both legal and colloquial. The matter of humanity. Our bodies sleep and wake. Our consciousness sleeps and wakes. And yes, rest is a part of awareness. And anyone who is trying to Andrew Tate your executive function out of your hands by saying that woke is a mind virus already has your gonads. One of the better held prophets of humankind apparently was Jesus Christ. And other than celebrating God or creation, what commandment was there from Christ? Be woke. That is what Christ taught. If you want to know what Christ would tell us now, they would say, "Who hurt my instrument?" Who hurt my instrument to look across a boundary and say, they're not the same as me, they're not human family? Who hurt my instrument? God is looking at you, Ron DeSantis, and asking, who hurt my instrument? That my instrument would sow such calamity based on a triviality, a fetish, and a false whiteness without sobriety
that loves the taste of cannibalism's catastrophe, the falsehood. Who is the falsehood? It is anyone not woke enough to see that the disaster was worse than we can ever know. And the way to not continue it, or to sow that America is falsehood, is to be the generation that processes our American apartheid, because we are not weak like Donald and Marguerite Trader Greed want us to fail to see that we aren't. We're not weak. We are not afraid of the crimes that our ancestors have done, and we're not afraid of the crimes that we have done. We're not afraid. We can be accountable. I've made mistakes, and I've paid for them. It's possible. Human beings are human. And only a worthless criminal would try to tell enslaved ancestors, the ancestors of the descendants of enslaved people. Only an evil, compromised, vile, festering person would try to tell Black people that their ancestors benefited from slavery. The absolute height of caucasity that should be slapped from your mouth. Racist, Ku Klux Klanery. That's DeSantis. That's Sarah Huckabee Sanders. That's Mitch McConnell. That's Carrie Lake. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you don't like being called a racist, Marjorie Taylor Greene, then find a new worldview and live by it. You are a Ku Klux kook, Marjorie. You are trying to prompt loss of executive function. It's not passion to scream that every day is 1776 every day. It is trying to soak us in the palm olive of hatred. We're soaking in it, Madge. It's not magic, it's damagic. We do not consent to your constant attempt to reconstitute the murder of Emmett Till. We do not accept your intolerance. We are strong enough to hold ourselves accountable. We tell our children what diseases we have, so we know we're not passing them on without guidance. And if the diseases are things we've done that we're still processing, we warn people. If I've got a temper, I let my people know how to help me. I don't pretend it's not true. You are an attack, Marjorie. You cultivate lynch mob brain syndrome. Fact. Don't ask again why you're being called racist. You racist hack. You are an attack. You smiled. You smiled and smacked your glad, cannibalistic lips when we tried to hold you back from coming back because of your insurrectionist attack. you smiled and asked, "Oh, is that how it's defined?" Yes, Marjorie. You squirmed back in, seemingly in part due to corruption of those not holding you accountable in that courtroom. But your calumny, your cowardice, your volition as essentially a sleeper of the Ku Klux Klan is plain to see. White suspicion is not evidence. White suspicion, Marjorie, is suspicious. White suspicion is not evidence. Marjorie, Carrie, Lake, Alex Jones. Your cheap rumors and baseless, terroristic, and knowingly dangerous accusations based on white suspicions are terrorism. And no thank you all the much. Go back home. Get out of the street. Lynch mob brain syndrome spreaders. That's where we are. Is that part of the offering and the chronicle and the news today from the mystery font is to say, no, Donald, because you pooped in the soup and there's no part two. And no, Marjorie Taylor Greene. No to you and your band of Ku Klux thugs. Never again. We're playing you off. The music should be audible. Resign. Resigning in disgrace is your best case scenario. Seditious, traitorous, insurrectionist. Maybe it's time for you, when pulled over and accused with actual facts, criminal, Marjorie, Donald, Carrie. Maybe when pulled over, comply. Maybe when judges actually professional, astute, and worthy of their job and calling and doing their duty hold you to account, you are held to it. What kind of Al Caponery is this nonsense from the formerly you can't handle the truth party that now seems to say that the tenets of government, in fact, don't matter? That the tenets of how incredibly complex and worthy of grave stewardship and incredibly careful, resilient grit, that's just washed away now? Who's the law and order folks? Who's the national security folks? Like bullshit from head to toe. Show up when you are accused credibly with evidence supporting your defense and your case, because you are wasting our time. A peaceful protest is not an insurrection, Marjorie, insurrectionist. Don't waste our time when you don't have evidence of something. It's just another form of obstruction. But in any case, on your way to resigning and leaving office because you are there under false pretenses and you're a danger to society, no. Stop. Your lynch mob gathering is done. Get mental health care, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Get mental health professionals on your case. Get the help you need. Because you are trying to stoke lynch mob and civil war out of your fear, but most likely out of your greed. Greed to keep profiting from the math of slavery. The falsehood. Who has donned the falsehood? Marguerite Trader Greed. The falsehood is in all of us. But to don it so callously and with such murderous malice. We are human family, and we tolerate all but intolerance. We do not tolerate your intolerance, Marjorie. Get it out of the street. Get it out of your political work. Get it out of your mouth. Do you want to talk about free speech? Because reproach is part of it. Protest and reproach is not censorship. Calling you racist is not racist. We're not idiots. None of us are idiots. You just act like we are. And the reality distortion field doesn't work that far. At some point, we become resilient to your MAGA, retrader, greed attack. Spreading the dust of lynch mob brain syndrome. But we simply know to look around and say, fam, are we good? Is everybody okay? Did I do something wrong? Are we okay? Like, let's dial in. We can talk about anything. We can de-escalate anything. And in fact, all of the white suspicions, all of these grievances that you sow are bullshit. The thing is, your constituents, including white people, do have a lot of needs that you are failing to take care of. We are sidelined from the work of bettering our society because fascists are trying to gather lynch mobs for non-existent crises. Calm down, lynch mobber. You don't get to scream into the mic all day. That's just another form. It's just another form of distraction. And we could let you talk, Mr. Smith, here in Washington, if you want. We can let you talk. We can let you create new ways to filibuster, Mr. Smith. And we will give deference. But deference has been pushed way past it. And when we remember that Jimmy Stewart was an incredible bigot, we need to take care to remember that yes, everyone deserves a space in the square. And we must spare that room for someone who dares. But you dare to sow terroristic, falsehood-stoked, hate-stoked violence, Marjorie, and your band of thugs. Piff, paff, be gone. poof. Did that do it? Are you blowing away now? That's who you are. You have shown yourself to be thug. You have shown yourself to be false. You are an instigator of insurrection. So you're dismissed. That's where we are. There's not good faith. You have never demonstrated it. You call from time to time for respect from people, and you have never, ever, ever shown it for anyone. I have an idea for some evidence you can bring, Marjorie. Bring evidence of one example of human kindness being done by you to another person. We'll never see you on that one. That will come the same day that you show us evidence that 2020 was stolen. We see 2020 very well. We see clearly, thank you. And your lies can go to hell. That's where we are. It's not fun to stare into the hate well. And it's not fun. It's not fun to need to confront a predator. But a dark triad, narcissistic, lynch mob brain syndrome predator literally is a force of nature, or as good as. And we need to tell these extremists, no! Get out of the street, put down the device, go home. That's where we are, Marjorie. You have broken human trust. You bring poison wool blankets. It's not a suspicion. You have shown us, just like Donald showed us when he cheated on January 6th. He showed us, just like when he was gag ordered legitimately, and showed us that he is above us and above the law, and he has absolute authority to menace and use malice and stochastic terror to call for murder, unless we are not intimidated by your totalitarian coercion attempts. Marjorie, and all of you with your MAGA retrader greed. The answer is no, because the nihilistic finger in the air saying he's number one gets yanked down now. That monstrous I full of myself tower he built gets pulled down now. And we build a wall for him, around him. It's not about whether or not we like him. We need to find a way for his own safety that humanity can contain him. That's where we are. And Marjorie, you will probably join him if you can't find self-regulation, if you cannot control, like through finding holistic, calm as a human being, if you can't stop threatening people with bodily damage, you will be taken from society too. You have to stop now. Reproach is not censorship. Only someone like you, Marjorie, trying to remove executive function and our ability to have democracy would keep trying this playground trick. so go away. Only the Ku Klux Klan would cluck your cluck, clucker. That's where we are, Marjorie. You are known. With 3 Ks, you are known. And the answer is no! No to the cancer of intolerance. We are tolerant of all but the intolerant. That's a choice. People can't choose to not be gay. People can't choose to not be trans. People can't choose to not be of the origin that they're from. I can't choose to not be half Norwegian and German and Russian and maybe Native American and Scottish. I can't choose to not be where I'm from. I can't choose that the yarn of my DNA isn't a testimony to how we are all standing in a crime scene. I don't get to choose that that's not real. I don't get to choose reality and fact. Marjorie. We're dealing with criminals like you and criminals like Ron DeSantis and criminals like Alex Jones and criminals like Kari Lake and criminals like Donald Trump, preying on human trust and propriety and on deference to all that we hold dear. That's you. We're not your friend. You did this to you. This is how you are talked to because of what you do. This is what you have done to you, Marjorie and Donald and Ron. Your pack of intolerant cancer particles. You have to call off the attack and get mental health care. It's just unacceptable. Okay? That's where we are. That's where we are. I hope that this is helpful. And, having just a very simple static camera, and I'm really not worrying about focus in terms of how close I am here. I'm trying to be present with you, Marjorie and Ron and Donald and Kari and Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and Russell Brand and Andrew Tate and Matt Walsh. I'm trying to be here for you so that you recognize that your Nazi dog whistles no longer are ringing with impunity. The answer is no. No one talks to human family like that. No one. And no one talks to Americans like that. No one. No one talks to women like that. No one talks to children like that. No one talks to men like that. No one talks to anyone in the spectrum of gender or place or person, anyone of any identity. Do you know? You get to be who you are. You get to pursue your happiness. We were wise enough here to put it into our documents. The pursuit of happiness. And Planned Parenthood is now not going to swing your arm around anymore because you are killing people. We're going to remove the malicious, white supremacist, patriarchal terrorism and violence it has brought. It's not structurally sound, and it's not load-bearing. In fact, it's what we've been barely surviving for hundreds of years here. We could be not utopia, but just living better lives, knowing that we don't have to run because we recognize and stabilize the connection of human family, moving into a future and not a past, where great is a cozy couch where some belong and a tank underneath. It's just wrong. It was wrong, and it's deeper wrong to try to weaponize our schools into prisons. Deeper wrong to sow new racist indoctrination and white supremacist, patriarchal, terrorist indoctrination into students, limiting them to a narrow bandwidth of ideas. That is indoctrination. We will bring us out of this era of the falsehood. We will understand that while language is fluid and living, that fact and truth can be protected. It is only falsehood and destructive mental codex of terroristic abuse that would, through generational trauma being restored as opposed to processed, have its way with us. We do not have to submit. We have, but we don't have to. We can simply stand. It's humiliating to recognize when we've already submitted. But it's far worse to recognize that we have and realize we've given up hope that we can regain American independence. Donald Trump has now broken a gag order and made essentially death threats and pointing the way for his stochastic terror minions to kill on his behalf. There is no justification for holding back on holding him accountable as we would anyone else, unless we agree that he has absolute authority. It is time to deal with this menace, and as a community in this nation and on earth, talk about what's actually been happening. Because there's not a magical Q-copolypse. The man is simply a festering pool of greed. It's sad, but he's not going to have a beer with a third of us. After all, the bloodbath, indeed. And he's not, strangely, since he acts like the opposite of Christ, he's not another coming. We have to recognize it's okay to make a mistake. But once we see that we are in the belly of a shark, it's good to accept the help of somebody reaching in and saying, please come out. We can put something over the teeth and pull you out. But the imagination of democracy is waking back up. We are remembering and reconstituting. In memory, we don't talk about forgetting as being dismemberment, but remembering is like coming back from dismemberment. We are remembering our democracy, or it will be utterly forgotten. And just like consciousness and awareness, what it is to be awake is not something to accept anyone abusing out of us or telling us not to like about us. That's us. Me awake? That's me. You awake? You had a good night's sleep? You woke up? Oh yeah, are you awake up? Oh yeah, I just woke up. I just woke. It's me. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with us being safe and having our own consent and being woke to what is happening around us? The only person who would want us not to be woke is a predator or someone who wants to control. That's not independence. That's not freedom. It's definitely terroristic abuse. Consent matters. And you have a reality distortion field too. We all are a postulation about what the world is and what we believe can support us. The world can support that we are, that I get to be this. I am me. And yes, we can create the impossible. We can pretend, as in prepare for tending something by learning to tend towards something or tend a practice. But sowing falsehood, empty lies into coercive totalitarian power is simply the particle of abomination. Whether or not evil can exist in people, it is what evil would do. No to MAGA retrader greed. That's the news. The news from the Mystery Font is no to MAGA retrader greed. And no to Donald Trump as a candidate for any office ever for the rest of time. No. From the Mystery Font, I'm Tim Cameron. Be well. Excelsior. Good night and good luck. That's where we are. Maugery, traitor, greed. That's where we are. And it's time for you to get out of the street and get health care. Assure that you're not mistaken if you're following someone who's pointing you to go somewhere violently for violence. We have to get better at apprehending the falsehood in ourselves and around us, or we are, if nothing else, showing up at the wrong house, or not realizing, oh no, they weren't attacked. They're the ones who attacked someone else. Oh, falsehood doesn't only do a bad thing, it does things wrong. Falsehood is contagion of harm that does not belong. Who has donned this age of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who
is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? Falsehood is in there somewhere. It can be difficult to perceive, and it's not only about light. The falsehood is not always easy to see. People who train spies and train security services know that there is no way to know for sure when someone is lying. But there are ways that people do display and tell. There are ways that people give some kind of nod that they are uneasy. But our scient minds don't always know how to apprehend the falsehood. And indeed, we want to. Just for our own safety, just for our own sense of well-being. We want to know. We want to know. And part of how I know and recalibrate and know that beyond the idea of kindness being kind and the math of good working, that again, our minds can do anything. And so I'm going to take a break briefly and have a little sip of coffee. And then I'm going to share a pass through Radio Science Brain. Just an experience of this sound song poem that meditates on human potential, the potential of the mind, and how our minds liaise, and things that get in the way as a chronicle through improvisation and freestyling. And this song has been going on and growing for 12 years now, since 2011, in hundreds of recordings and streams and thousands of initiations at lengths of 7 to 10 or more minutes, each pass different and often repeating things, but each pass being unique, because I'm not looking for the perfect set of one pass through. It is one long piece. And it's a piece that can be stacked and layered and mixed together, selected through. It is a chronicle of mind and all mind. It is Radio Science Brain. And I'm going to share a taste of one of the early backing tracks as I have a sip of coffee here. It might skip. There's something funny with this file, I think. Here. This is the backing track. It's been a part of most of, well, half of the passes that I've done through this piece. This is Radio Science Brain. You are the renovation of love's imagination. Be woke. Be woke unless sleeping won't choke. You all break your
your way to safe home. Be woke if you want to know. Be woke if you want to go, though. Be woke if you want kindness, have more. If you are woke, you'll have kindness in store. Radio science, brain, imagination may begin to play. This is the sentient engine of mention, the mentionary of disclaim. Declension of it is abandoning submission. At anti-kit we lit it. We can unwrite the writ. We can be blissfully extrinsic. This is the sentient frame imagination will contain. Radio science, brain, imagination aim made into imagination aid. Particle matter wave, the name. Radio science, brain, imagination aid. Imagination aid. You can play and claim in imagination aim. You are the brain, you are the dream awake. Radio science brain, radio science break. Imagination ache, imagine you're the case. In case, imagine your brain waves freely, your waves free in space. Now play, imagination may be game. To play, you remain. Radio science brain, this is the sentience love would arrange. If it Clarion Ace could maintain the attention in this fray. Imagination aim made this capable aid. Pretend that love is sane and wants to play. Imagination aim, imagination aid. This is the mindless made, this I want to undelay the play. We can make, we can be safe today. Imagination aim is aid. Radio science brain, your imagination is part of how the future is begun. You are the mindless made, this we okayed, this we said you should play on play. Imagination made this aid. This is the sentient main line, the imagine find it bliss. Bliss is when you listen to your listening listener that wants someone to listen to it. You are the mindless, make it, make up your mind to listen to your mind's gift. You are the science christening of your innate relay listening. It was
fact, you can lose track entirely of the tonic. You can fly, so you lose it. Sometimes the beat is higher, the tone is under the wire. I made the new tracks more audible. I can hear more than beats in the new tracks, so I don't defeat my intonation with all. This is the mind that's made this. It's okay to lose your track and find again the train. Radio science brain, perpendicular trains. We might liaise in any ways. The right and left brain are like people who can't agree plain. Perpendicular trains might liaise like the left and right brains, and some in and out of phase. Imagination, space, where two trains must go almost like one car by one at a time, somehow handing through links and unlinking them. Somehow perpendicular trains might liaise in some way. It's not crazy if spaces must move through spaces and replace without displacing or erasing us. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. That's the way, in some way. That today with the skew grades and climbs and grades and climbs and crossing and bucklings of space and tracks and rails and frames. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain, must liaise or have breaks anyways. Perpendicular trains might be crazed, but must find ways to liaise. We are the mindless maze, radio science brain. I made this, okay this, not okay like WP, no white power, goodbye to white supremacy, goodbye, farewell, live long and prosper your humanity, but your cancer can't come within human family. We are the renovation of love's imagination. The paradox of tolerance is intolerant of intolerance. It is a spectacle to see hate try to recommence. It is stop making sense, contain cancer. That's the answer. Cancer likes to tell
all the leg of the dancer. Cancer's dance is the answer. After all, the dancer might fall, but the cancer calls. It's the same with the brain as the body. It's all in all. And cancer's not human. The people infected are human and need help, need health care. The KKK is scared. There's not health care that can get to there. But we dare, America can spare a square. No one need die to make cancer into thin air. We are the renovation of love's imagination. Contain love's true aim. Radio science brain. The captives of the Ku Klux Klan can be safe. Of any race, the captives of the KKK deserve to be set free always. We are the renovation against violent occupation. This is the sentient frame calling to all the nation. We are the renovation for love's emancipation. We are the Scient Clarion Ache, calling us, calling New Colossus. I'm calling on all of us, the ominous, obvious, common response. We are the renovation. You are a font of imagination. Whatever poison they put round your obvious ovum, you are comes now to play. You are a human, and whether you're one who had cancer or one who's healing cancer as an answer, we're humanity's dancers. Cancer is not an answer. Cancer's not human. And the people infected in their bodies or minds are everyone human. No blood need be shed for white supremacy and patriarchal terrorism to be undone. The falsehood is that we need lose anyone to have truth and reconciliation. No to MAGA retrader greed. No to white supremacy's lies and screed of hate's lies. We are not so weak that we have to bow in corruption. We don't want to soak in MAGA, Madge. We don't want your Ku Klux Klan lynch mob brain syndrome cocktail anymore. Go home, Marge. Get health care for your brain toxin. The Ku Klux Klan is excused to health care and nowhere else. You don't belong. Your human hostages, whether in violence or the people who believe, will be released. all of the prisoners of the contagion of hatred will be released. It is so because love dictates it. Love dictates the end of the stranglehold of hate. Love dictates the end of hatred. I'm just a person, and I'm delivering the message. The end of hatred is love's campaign. And Jesus was lynched for being woke. And people acting like that lynch mob's rulers are trying to come back and finish America by finishing the 2020 Donald Trump coup. Thank you, no thank you. That's where we are. In the imagination of democracy at this moment, we can see that we sadly need to define safe boundaries and say no and draw a line. That it's time. It's time for there to be a boundary and to say the reason, Madge, the reason you are being called racist, Madge, is because you are clearly malicious and a bad faith actor, sowing genocide and harm, either out of fear or greed. I hope that clears up everything for you, Madge. The answer is no. No to your provocation to mindless violence. No. We're not dumb. And our genius, our science minds that can play and be unashamed of making mistakes and trying again anyway, and saying, hey, I have something to say, and also making space for someone else to come to the party and say, I have a song, can I go anyway? Yes. Yes. There is room for all. And the toxin of MAGA retrader greed keeps showing up with erasure. That is why we recognize that MAGA is simply the political arm of the Ku Klux Klan. And being hoodwinked by that is truly a damning thing to come back from. In terms of, I can imagine that there is incredible humiliation to understand that someone you trust has betrayed you. But love, America, you have been betrayed by someone who is too good to be Trump. He's just a real card. He's not actually the transcendent lump. He's just a chump who will solidify a global horror movie if we don't stop watching it like a movie. This isn't a movie. We're dealing with a resurgence of Nazi-esque fascism. And in the country that inspired Hitler's atrocities by looking at what the KKK did here, we have to recognize that we have not dealt with our apartheid, that we have to process it, and that only criminals would be trying to pull a Donald Trump and say, it wasn't so bad, there wasn't nothing wrong, nothing happened. No. No. The Al Capones who have squeaked into the governor's office in Arkansas and Florida and Texas. The Al Capone who was the 45th president, the Al Capone at InfoWars, these known flouters of decency and standards that people trust together, these known toxins to human family and trust. We are making the answer to you now. Because people lighting fire to houses understand when Donald Trump took Steve Bannon's advice and started sending more terrible things through at once to get as many through as possible, we see that we are dealing with malice and siege and Cold War that we have to meet directly, because the toxic particle of Steve Bannon, Steve Miller, of these abominable people. Stephen Miller may be as responsible as Donald Trump for over 1 million deaths to COVID alone. These people arranged the party where COVID would wreak havoc and watched, presiding over 1 million people dying, like presiding over crying fire into a party in the super amphitheater of democracy for 2 months and gathering it together to spit venom, break the oath, break the watch, and throw it down for a scepter. The facts are clear. We saw him cheat. Only a body without any self-respect would allow that predator to come back to the house, banging on the door, telling us he's going to make an honest spouse out of this house. No. No. No, neo-Nazi punk. No. MAGA, you are informed that you were built from a terrorist organization of the Ku Klux Klan. You are informed that if you are adherent to the tenets around MAGA, you are participating in white extremist, Christian nationalist, Nazi terrorism. That's the float you're riding on. If you hold conservative values, hold them. But MAGA is not conservative. Cancer is never conservative. You all have space. We all have space in human family. There is more than enough. And leveraging the scarcity myth, vandals of society, like Elon Musk, would have us believe that we deserve to just watch institutions crumble under predatory vandalism like playthings, and that spaces of our collective memory are just jokes, and that talking about dictatorship while he's pissing away what could end homelessness is terrorism. It is absolutely abuse. We are undergoing incredible degradation from people who do that to coercively control others. That dark triad particle in Donald Trump, in Alex Jones, in Carrie Lake, in Marjorie Taylor Greene, in George Santos. The particles of greed and malice and harm, not of a little rough around the edges but a little light among the blades. We are dealing with predators. And accountability is the hygiene of democracy. You and everyone deserves public officials who do not prey upon deference. There's no way that someone who has disrespected the office gets to say that being held accountable is a witch hunt. That's ridiculous. That's not even Canada. It's a reference. The point is, we have been degraded, and we need to remember, look around and remember, be seen by one another, that we don't deserve to be talked to like Donald and Marjorie and Carrie Lake talk to us. We do not deserve it. That we have to say, no, no one talks to Americans that way. No, Marjorie, no one talks to human beings that way. No, Donald, no one talks to human beings that way. No! Practice it. Get good at it. Because we need to use reproach, which is part and essential in free speech. We need to get good at safely using reproach to create boundaries. It's okay to say, shut up, stop. They don't have to stop. But it's okay to say, you know, that song you keep playing, her ex-husband used to hit her and play that song at her. Can you just, being aware, if I were aware that my neighbor had trauma around fireworks, I would be aware of that. I wouldn't shoot them off in the alley anymore. Not when she was around. Because to do so, saying, I don't have to care, is malicious. That is anti-human, it's anti-humane, it is anti-kindness. And things that are anti-kindness are what we should resolve to see as a mind virus. Thank you very, very much, Emperor Nero, fiddling while humanity burns! No more to the gaslighters. No more Tim Pool. No more Matt Walsh. We see your Nazi flag flapping on your eyelashes, kids. You may as well wear it on your arm. Because if you're not a KKK coward, you would. And then you would weather the reproach of people telling you you are wearing the cancer particle. It's not welcome in human family. Intolerance is the one thing of which humanity is intolerant. I don't like to yell at people, but I will raise my voice to say no. That is part of free speech, and it is part of love. That we set a limit and say, no, you will not bring that predatory genocide talk here, MAGA traitor greed. No. In fact, get health care, or we're coming to you with the authorities because you have sown violence. We will hold people accountable for stochastic terror and for calling for violence. We will hold people accountable rather than allowing a civil war to simply be cooked. by MAGA retrader greed and corruption and the falsehood. If we're not running from burning roof to burning roof, we realize that PC is not politically correct. The conversation that was displaced is about political conscience and being awake, being woke, having consciousness enough to be aware so that we're not trying to be destructive assholes or unaware that we're being destructive assholes or having that kind of outcome around us is literally just basic humanity 101. So, no, Elon Musk, take it back, all the way back where you came from, colonizer, and no to MAGA retrader greed, and all of your band of KKK thugs, you and Donald, and the whole party of white supremacist, patriarchal terrorist resurgence. Enjoy the end of your party, because your cancer is being extracted. The cancer that has extracted labor and life and potential from humanity for hundreds of years is being removed. We're going to cure humanity of the cancer of hatred. It can't be extracted entirely, but we will reproach it. We will call racists racist because it is a choice and it is a poison. We will call transphobes transphobic hate mongers because it is a poison. We will call anti-Islamic phobic haters terroristic hatred mongers because it is a poison. Innocent Palestinian children and innocent Israeli children, innocent children globally, universally, innocent people are innocent people. It is time for kindness. Come. The imagination of democracy is telling me to say this. It's just coming out. In fact, I've had this happen before. There's a story that happens in my head. I mean, it's like a movie I'm watching because it's, in fact, some of you can see it now. It's not always New York, but it's normally New York. And it's an old song. It's a song, and it's kind of a love song, right? I mean, it's just a song but we kind of loved it. Like, I kind of loved that song. It was kind of slinky and just gooey love song, but that white boy's voice, and it's a good song. Oh, and is it talking about a revolution? That Tracy Chapman song. I heard that too. I heard hundreds of people, and I realized we're all listening to the radio. It's on the radio, and it's on a couple of different stations, and in and out of phase. It's not. But then one station, their signal got interrupted, and they came back on, and it had aligned. And I just heard more and more voices singing, "Don't you know I'm talking about a revolution?" It sounds like a whisper. "Don't you know I'm talking about a revolution?" It sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, hold on. Talking about a revolution, oh darling. Standing in the welfare lines, huddled at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. It was like, it felt like 1 million people were singing it. I mean, it must be, well, we're all listening to it. A lot of people were listening. And that's,
Well, hop, hop. We have sound again. We had a technical issue that happened sometimes. Very nice, very nice. Very hot, very hot. Well, the thing is, you see, I was just relaying my memory of hearing multiple voices, of hearing everyone singing, don't you know, talking about a revolution, it sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Hold on. Talking about a revolution. Oh, darling. Standing in the welfare lines, huddled at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, I'm talking about a revolution. It sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn, Talking about a revolution, ooh, darling. Talking about a revolution. And I could hear hundreds, I could hear thousands, and I realized I'm feeling, because this was when I realized here that this is a nexus point. That while any structure in America can house the imagination of democracy, it's part of the outpost of our imagination of liberty, of liberty's imagination. That this place, the Mystery Font, holds a perfect liaison of all minds imagining democracy, or a connection node to this. Because the primary connection, of course, where else would we have put that in our mind? But in the cranium cavity of the Statue of Liberty. And in that body. And in those resonating 7 points of illumination. And those 25 windows. And that torch. A beacon. An invitation to share an illumination. And I could hear myself singing and feel this resonant thing and going, that's not a throat. How is that? And I was dreaming, I thought. But then I realized, no, I'm here and I'm singing along, and I'm not even singing out loud. And I was. And there were millions of us hearing in the same song. Maybe because it was on the radio all at once. But being overcome here by a call waiting, a song, emerging, bursting into awareness. That the new Colossus is saying, woke. I am woke. I'm here, I am too. Oh yes, oh right, I remember. I remember that. Oh, I remember that song. I remember why I love that song. Oh God, it means more now. And hearing the mind of democracy, of liberty's imagination reconstituting executive function at this time of incredible stress, recognizing the veneer, the popping, cracking, fizzling shell of the matrix of white supremacist and patriarchal terror. That seeing that pop and crack and fizzle, we have had the opportunity to go to peace through justice. And the Mystery Font is here to declare that we are not going backwards. This is the Emancipation Project. We are no longer accepting the presence of white supremacy. We get to free all of us from that hatred. And maybe it's okay if there aren't as many people with skin that looks like mine. Maybe that's okay. Or maybe incels and racist white terrorists should just be aware that if they want more people who look like them in the world, then you should be likable. You should be humane and kind and tolerant, such that the intolerance of humanity doesn't expel you or invite you to expulsion, to go off on your own or be gone somehow, because you can bring anything to the human family but intolerance. You have absolute freedom except to destroy human family. That is a doable bargain. Yes. There is enough why don't we show ourselves that we have the strength? Why don't we show ourselves that we have the capacity? Why don't we dare ourselves to look past all of the degrading, negative speak of Donald Trump to say, why would he think we're so weak and cowardly? Why would he think that we don't care about each other? Why would he try to excuse violence amongst us? Why would he try to make some of us hate some of us? Does anyone deserve to be led by such a particle of pure malice? It's not about whether or not we like him. We're not supposed to care about whether we like. It's not a team. It's not a rock band. It's not a movie. It is terrorism that will murder people. That's Donald Trump's particle. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's particle. The Heritage Foundation and the Project 2025 is online now and talks about exactly the totalitarian Nazi malice they plan to bring to destroying the infrastructure of government such that people who know how to keep our country afloat would be decimated. There are ways to fix systems, and there are ways to deal with crime. As we deal with the crime of Donald Trump, it's time for him to start acting like an upstanding individual, because upstanding non-criminals adhere to court orders, and certainly a gag order which cautions you could do harm, and you will if you're using this kind of language. Someone who's capable of running an ice cream stand, let alone that we would entertain running for office, needs to be able to have executive function. So many thoughts, but that's the way it is. The imagination of democracy is everyone, and I am hearing a lot in here. And as I was saying of songs, it's that it's in our memory, you know? It's not necessarily always that it's playing on the radio, it's that it's playing on us. It's playing in us. That I heard Lean on Me, and it was like, I'm so glad that's on the radio. And I sang it halfway through, and then I realized, no, I'm at the font, and I'm hearing people sing it. Is it out on the street? Is it people dreaming? Is it on the radio? But minds somewhere are entreated into this. And as these liaisons of minds accruing around ideas of liberty, in songs especially, and stories, and myths that mean things to us, our very human meaning, that I had, again, this memory of being towering. It was like I was looking out of the view deck at the Statue of Liberty, but it wasn't the view deck. I was seeing outside of, I was seeing from where the metal fake eyes, the statue's eyes, sculpted in copper. A little less thick than a penny. You know, those huge sheets. And I could hear I was like, those aren't vocal cords. And I was like, that's not my voice even. But I could feel it. And again, it's those moments where it's a body sensory issue that I have recognized. Oh, it's happening. I'm hearing it. And what I've heard and what I've seen, and I know I'm not the only one, is that there's not necessarily a blackout, but there's some kind of a sensory dampening. And some things show up, like a sound or a whistle or a glow or something. And I can tell who I'm hearing. I can tell, or it's everyone singing about something. And I can hear all of the disagreements and the lies and the facts and the wrong, incorrect, false facts. And I can see the entire shape. I can see all of the minds yelling about racism and the entire path of patriarchal terror and white fire and corruption and the creation of whiteness and the minting of racism as the Kodak of white supremacy. And how as terrible, and it is far worse than we know, as terrible as it all is, that we must not be fooled to think that humanity does not have the capacity to reckon with those crimes. That we have the capacity to heal these things together. That my relatives had hundreds of slaves in North Carolina, people with my last name. And I didn't look that up. I didn't Google my last name in slavery until a few years ago, until 2020. Why don't we look into these things and understand what's happened? Even those of us who say we care because we are terrified that we cannot want to, cannot go to, cannot take it if we go to there. But we've been lied to. We've been degraded and belittled and blustering, angry, terroristic voices have been shouting down our better angels for hundreds of years. And all it takes is someone saying, no, I don't need to have all the jobs at this place anymore this year. Somebody else, he's or she, they're perfectly adequate, just as I am perfectly adequate. And I see discrimination here that is not humane. That as human beings, if we see instability in the world around us as we work through equity to make real equality, no one needs to get left behind. And also, it should be seen as a good thing among us that people who haven't had can have. That no one gets left behind. That everyone gets to be part of humankind. We're done with the conversation about mashing religion and state together. Separation of church and state protects freedom of religion and freedom from religion, and protects the state from corruption by people who maliciously use religion or maliciously use government. And so we show up as the people we are, informed by our morals and our faith and our beliefs in ways that are legal. That if you care about Jesus Christ, then help homeless people not be homeless in ways that they need, serve need, displace greed from the stolen throne of need. Need is good. And need can save that it was never a corporation called the United States of America. Need. Need, for lack of a better word, works. It is good. It is right. We can trust need. We need to trust need. But there's one song, I think it was the first song, where it wasn't just a hint of a dream or I think I heard a story, but I remembered. I remembered whether or not I was part of the experience or tapped into a memory of it. Something has been happening. Something has been happening. Something's been happening centered within the Statue of Liberty. It is a liaison of the minds of democracy, of the minds of everyone imagining and postulating and believing in liberty. And I could hear the song, and it's really every music. But sometimes it's like liberty. Thousands and hundreds and then millions of minds are saying, yes, I need to tell everyone something. And she began to sing to shore. I remember how to show you. I remember how to show you. I can show you. I'll show you. I'm so glad I remembered. This is what I mean. It's all about executive function. The way that you have kindly given your attention as a bed of confidence and care that I can participate with. I feel seen because of you. And I can remember that I can show you. There's a way to show you. I can let you tap in right now. And I can sing. I can sing what I remember. You can see part of what I saw. You can see part of what everyone saw. And you can hear me sing what I heard. Everyone sing. I promise. You can hear what everyone heard. You can hear what was heard and sung, proclaimed by everyone. I'm going to share it now. I appreciate your kindness and understanding with the technical issues. I hope that you can hear me better now. I'm going to share. I'm going to sing what I heard. And I'm going to let you tap in to what I remembered. This is happening, or is happened, or is going to happen. And so it's happening. This is something you need to hear. Everyone needs to know. Everyone needs
to know. Everyone needs to know it's happening right now.
This time might be the last I feel, unless I make this all to breathe. I need you so. That makes me whole. Need you so. Take these broken wings, learn to live so free. Book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. You've got to learn to fly. Let that love so free. When we hear the voices sing, book of love. Live and love so free when we hear the voices sing. Book of love, let us sing. Yeah. It's all I know. I need you so.
Interesting.
It is interesting, truly. I remember coming out of the darkness. I remember sound. I remember coming out of that darkness and realizing I had a memory of singing. Maybe I was singing in the room where I was sitting here. But the memory, I remembered seeing, both from inside the Statue of Liberty and from shore. I remembered seeing her sing to everyone from shore. But I could feel, that's when I understood what this place is. The mystery font. And maybe every building holds this capacity, but this place is resonant with it. This is the mystery font. And like any person, like any band or theater or company, public displays of affection and the mystery font. This is a band. This is a bandwidth.
This is stepping into the next paradigm with pragmatic steps. We are the reality distortion fielding. Who is the falsehood? And do we want or accept submitting to the crimes and unacceptable terroristic abuse of someone to have absolute authority over us? Or do we put anyone who does such things to the force of accountability, which is the hygiene of democracy? It's my hope that I will discover Donald Trump has been held accountable during this broadcast. However, I imagine that we are still in our American pickle version of what the Nazis referred to as just following orders. That here it seems people are, for the most part, just keeping their jobs. Thankfully, we do have people like Jack Smith, Fani Willis, and others, all consummate professionals doing their duty and their job. And we are the reality distortion fielding. Together, we can protect democracy for everyone. It's interesting, too. He wants us to simply, again, give him our confidence. Remember the path and the tactic of the first con artist called a confidence artist.
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
Yes, it's that interesting quality of the falsehood. How do we know? How do we know what and who we're dealing with? Who is the falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? And what do we say to someone who pooped in the soup once and then said there was nothing wrong with it and comes back for the soup cook gig? We need to hold the falsehood accountable by apprehending the falsehood. We are the reality distortion fielding. Do we have the confidence that it is safe to even entertain giving our confidence to Donald Trump such that we would give him again the watch he broke already, irrevocably, once? We are the reality distortion fielding. A yarn is a story. A ball of yarn is a clue.
We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news, then preempt remedy. Such A ball of yarn is called a clue.